Okay, good morning guys. Thank you for joining me today. Got a little bit of an ad hoc special stream for you because I'm going to be doing a boss character for the Nanolith game. So if you look in the bottom right hand corner of the screen right now, you can see a pretty damn terrifying like spider flesh golem type creature. This is what we're going to be working on today. Let's see how far we get through it. I'm going to be running from now till about 3 o'clock ish. So we'll see how it goes. Apologies for the. I was just testing out a couple of. I was testing out my my late pledge backer command for Nanolith, and I screwed up and clicked the wrong one. So ignore the Warlock one. That's not actually live. The second link I put on there, the woodpeckergames.de collections /collections/Nanolith. That one actually is live now, and it will let you get on there to back Nanolith for a late pledge. I'm not going to go and show you all Nanolith. Hopefully most of the people who are watching the stream will be familiar with it. You can go and check it out on Kickstarter and have a little look at what's actually included and what you get, and also the link there for the late pledge will give you more information about it. In a nutshell, it's a cyberpunk Japanese style RPG board game which runs as a kind of a narrative, it's kind of like an interactive comic book more than anything, I suppose. But my job today is not to sell Nanolith to you, but to sculpt a model for it. So hope everybody's doing well today. Bunker, good morning. So we'll get started. So I'm going to bring a few things in to start with. So I'm going to bring in some of the existing Nanolith models, find them. Trying to remember where I put them. Let me just locate them, because I think just having one in the scene would be useful. Just checking everyone can hear. Okay, so morning Bunker. Can you hear me okay? Awesome. I'm just trying to locate a Nanolith folder I've got with some STL files in. Okay, I don't have it. I did have at one point because I did all the renders for Max, but it looks like I didn't hold on to the files afterwards because they're not mine. So okay, let's just get started. We'll do that one afterwards. So I'm going to import a few base meshes to start with. Obviously we're dealing with predominantly female form on the top, so I'm just going to get one of the female base meshes I use. So before I do, here is the model. This is the character we're doing in a larger format for you all. Okay, so very, very flesh golem, as I say. Big mechanical spider legs and what's that? Eyes and pipes and things like that. Let's go for I think if I get import actually. There we go, found it. This obviously isn't the finished piece or anywhere close to being a finished model, but I do need to just do some scaling bits first on this one. So the base of the model, we'll do the ruler. The base is only supposed to be 30mm on this character. So let's assume this is, 20mm on this model, sorry. Because this is not a 32mm scale mini, this is a different scale altogether. So we'll scale that, we'll take the base. I want the base on this one to be 30mm now. So we'll take it to the 1.5mm point. Ada, good morning, how are you? Hope you're keeping well today. Okay. So that's the base we're working to, and obviously this is the standard human female we're looking at now. Just quickly come and do a face for her, because the face is very... Is there nobody streaming 3D apart from me? I'm always around. You can always come and join my streams anytime. There's a lot of it out there. I see it in all the kind of the groups. You always get people like posting up, like just touting for work. Yeah, I think a lot of people who stream have got kind of like some major egos. For me, the reason I stream is because it holds me to account. Gives me a bit of company while I'm working, but also, for the most part, I'm less likely to get sidetracked and do stuff I'm not supposed to be doing, or stuff that's less important. If I know, you know, I've got an audience. It's like having a boss watching over your shoulder, isn't it? You know what I mean? I don't know why I'm starting with the head. I've got like this huge ass spider body to make, so... Are you streaming again? Are you now? What are you streaming, AD? Are you making models though, or are you doing kind of like character work, like for renders and stuff? Do you know what? You'll have to join our Discord server if you're not already on there, and share some links and stuff. You pop your what you call it, your Twitch link into the. Oh, thank you. Yep, pop your Twitch link into the self promo page. I'll throw you a follow later after the stream's up. Yeah, I do find it's weird. Some sculptors behave like rock stars, don't they? Right, this is going to be a small miniature, by the way, so I'm going to have to pare back what I would normally do in terms of levels of detail to make sure that this is a usable model. I'm going to see some like significant exaggerations in this miniature. Okay, so basically, if anybody is wondering or wants to know, the character we're sculpting today is called Eliza. She's one of the boss characters in Nanolith. And I'm told, and I'm informed that this isn't a spoiler, but if you defeat her in game, you can then summon her like an Esper, and she'll come and fight for you later in the game. So it sounds like it's a worthwhile encounter, and I think I'd rather have her fighting for me than have to try and defeat her. So thanks for sharing that in the group, AD. Have a nice little mooch in that later. I'm not going to do any more on the face. I'm not even going to give her ears because the way her hair is, you're not going to see anything. So neck we're going to bring Just elongate the neck up. Yeah, I suppose there is that as well. That is true. You can't change what you're doing for every single person, but do you know? I was on stream yesterday, and even I learned stuff. Do you know what I mean? And I've been doing this for. I've been sculpting digitally since 2010. I've been sculpting miniatures generally since for over 20 years. And obviously painting miniatures for 35 years, and even I learned stuff about ZBrush still, because I kind of learned in a fashion where I started sculpting in physical form, and then don't need arms. Let's take the arms away. I started sculpting in physical form, and then obviously I didn't need all of the stuff about retopology or any of the other features of ZBrush. So when I started digitally sculpting, I basically picked up what I needed to do based on like what worked for my workflows. That's all I've ever done. So there's a lot of stuff in ZBrush there's features there that I just never use, and obviously because I never use them, I don't know about them. I've got no legs on this model anyway from the look of things, so I think we're okay to delete them. But I'm always up for like hearing new ideas and seeing, you know, new techniques and stuff. This is something I can pick up and adapt. I'm not too big and ugly to kind of admit that there's something worth trying. Yeah, exactly. You need to know what you need to know for your thing. Like, I tried the dynamics tools in ZBrush when it first came out, and I've even I've stuck them over here. Look, they're in my thing. I put them up here. I thought this is so amazing. I'm definitely going to use this. Never used it. Still bookmarked. It's still saved into my quick access, but I've never used it. And frankly, actually, having seen it in operation, I don't think I've got any intention of using it. It's just one of them things, isn't it? You know. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that actually. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, to be fair. Like, as you can see on my screen here, there's an awful lot of dead space. I mean, it'll fill up when I start doing this monstrosity, but yeah, you're right. The portrait style canvas would be more useful. In fact, what would be more useful would be flipping my tablet on its side, working on my tablet in a portrait orientation. I don't think this tablet actually. No, its stands are all kind of on the bottom. I'd have to mount it onto an arm, and then it's a bit springy. Then I tried that before. Yeah, see, key binding, something I've never really toyed with it, to be honest. It's not something I've dabbled in yet. I keep meaning to, because there are certain functions and certain tools and stuff I use an awful lot. And I'm always thinking it'd be much more useful to have them as a hotkey. But yeah, so far, unfortunately, I just haven't got around to doing it. Yeah, I need to find time to have a little play with it. I think because I mean, to be fair, most of the stuff I use I've got here. As I say, if you've seen my sculpting before, I literally use orb cracks, move, and clay build up, and that's like and polish. Oh, was it you? Did you post that in my in the Facebook yesterday? Sorry, in the thingy chat. Somebody literally shared that link with me yesterday on the Discord. Two people in there championing actually. I say I've never heard about it, and then in 2 days I've been told about it 3 times. So it's like it's clearly a good mod or a good plugin. Yeah, I definitely need to have a little look at that and see where I can get some use out of it. So it's going to be like a bit lumpy and gnarly, and it looks like it's made all out of body parts. You see lots of eyes in there. We've got lots of like faces and arms sticking out. So it's definitely some kind of like flesh column construct or something along those kinds of lines. And obviously the lady on the top, she's like the primary body there. So let's tilt her back a touch. Oh, you're getting an Eliza, are you? I would urge a little bit of caution with an Eliza. They're not normally my preferred. Well, they're not my preferred printer. I've had a couple of them in the past, and one of the things I've always found, a lot of people haven't had this, so don't worry too much that it's a foregone conclusion. But they have this weird ball joint, like spring-loaded ball joint on the build plate. And I've had one that just wouldn't tighten no matter what, and whenever you printed, it'd pull to the side. So you had an extra way of the print failing, and I had another one where somehow I managed to get like a splash of resin in the ball joint, and that caused it to slip whilst printing. And like if you had like say you were printing an ogre on one side of the build plate and then human guys on the other side of the build plate, there was more suction force happening on the ogre side, and it'd pull that way. So your build plate would end up on skew. So it's just something to watch out for more than anything. It's not, like I say, it's not saying it's definitely going to happen. Just be mindful that it's a potential that can happen with that build plate because of the design of it. So for me, Frozen Sonic Mini 4K, I love it. I've got an Epax X1 4K which I really like. It's just a little bit smaller. I could do with it being a bit bigger. Yeah, build plate leveling with an Eliza is something you'll end up doing. Anytime you have a failure, you're going to have to probably re-level the build plate just to make sure it's not the cause of the issue. But with like the Frozen or the Anycubic printers, the build plates are pretty kind of like locked in and solid. So you don't really have that same kind of issue. So you go one big eyeball into the stomach, into the chest cavity. So I'm using symmetry where I need to, guys. And when I come to the like the back body or the body and the mouth and everything else beyond the beyond the kind of the waistline here, I think is going to be all asymmetrical, but I'm gonna make the arms and legs first. It looks like I've got one. It's pretty much one leg reused over and over, I think. So there's not an awful lot of difference there. So if I make the mechanical parts, they're gonna take me a little bit longer because it just will. Yeah, with the Elegoo, with the Anycubic and the Frozen ones, there's like 4 bolts, and the build plate's like a rectangular bracket, and it doesn't move. There's no spring loading or anything in there. But I think the reason Elegoo do it is because they don't have the they've cut out certain mechanical features, including like a Z limit trigger. So there's like a little switch on a little like laser trip switch, like an infrared switch thing, on the Frozen one, which basically says as the build plate comes down, it says don't go any further because you're at the bottom of the build plate. And I don't believe the Elegoo's got that. You have to manually set the zero height, and you have to manually kind of adjust the build plate, and you need that spring-loaded ball joint to kind of get into there and do that. But it seems like they've engineered a kind of a bespoke mechanical solution to something that didn't really need to be done, and they'd have been better off just including the Z limit switch. But I think they've just tried to do their own thing and make it kind of unique for them. Unfortunately, it is unique to them, but also not without its fair share of issues, or potential issues at least. Okay, so that's we've got the body thing going on. Just going to duplicate the body. Oops. Good morning, Print 3D Burton on YouTube. How are you doing this morning? Oops. Salut. Right. So we're going to be doing the protruding body at the front at the moment here. Well, let's just auto group these. I've got everything as its own piece. We've got this creepy eyeless face. I believe they're eyeless. Ah, the Saturn 3. Yeah, honestly, I mean, don't get bogged down by 4K and 8K or any of that kind of stuff. What you've got to be looking at is the pixel size. And when you talk about 3D printers, basically once you hit 35 microns on the pixel size, anything smaller than that is just a flex, basically. If you're printing miniatures, I'd say this is talking from experience here. If you're printing miniatures, you'll get everything you need in a miniature. You'll get everything, all the detail you need on a miniature within 35 microns. So anything you go lower than that. Oh, thank you, 3D Print. Thank you, Burton. Oh yes, keycaps. I remember you talking about these now before. Yeah, anything that you're going to paint, anything you've got to physically hand paint, if you go lower than 35 microns, you'll be able to get exceptional detail, but you won't be able to paint it. So, like I say, the difference on a 10-inch build plate like the Saturn, 8K and 12K are going to be absolutely negligible. The only thing you've got to be careful of, if this is your first 3D printer, there's a learning curve and you can really kill it. You can screw your printer up badly, and the screen is consumable. So the larger you go and the higher spec you go, the more expensive things are going to get. So what you're going to find is, yeah, it's more the learning curve of resin really, because what you'll find will happen is you'll get a print fail, which is a given, it's going to happen. And in the early days, I'll give you 2 bits of advice. The first bit is don't fully load your build plate, because you can get 4 times more models on a build plate for a 10-inch than you can on a 6-inch. But if you put that many more on there and then your prints fail, you've wasted 4 times as much resin. So keep the print quantity small until you've perfected it a bit. Is my first bit of advice. Second bit of advice is when your prints fail, because they will fail, you will get failures. When your prints fail, make sure you've got some paint filters. So they're like little funnels, little cardboard funnels, about 190 micron mesh grid kind of thing. And use the paint filters to strain your resin back into the bottle. Okay, so once your print fails, empty out the entire vat, but make sure you pour it all through the paint filter. So any little bits of failure that are floating around in the resin, they'll get captured by the paint filter, and you'll get nice, clean, like strained resin back into the bottle that you can pour back in and top up your plate with. Because what will happen, those little bits of cured resin that are floating around in the thing that have broken off during the print or whatever, those little bits, when the build plate comes down on the next run, they get between the build plate and the screen. And let's say there's a ton of pressure coming down from that build plate, mechanical pressure coming down. When that little bit of resin, that little pinprick of resin gets in there, that little pinprick of resin concentrates that ton of force into like 8 tons of force. And it's like an exponential increase because of point loading. And that 8 tons of force will basically crack your screen and trash it. So check out the cost of a new screen. Yeah, basically it'll destroy the screen, and it's not something you can do on warranty, because it's user error. So it's critically important to empty that vat out after every failed print, because if you don't do it, it's going to come and bite you in the ass. So yeah, get those print fails like off the build plate, get them out, but then strain the vat, get it all get it all properly cleaned and scrubbed out. And it takes a bit of time, and it is a bit of a faff, but honestly it's better than the alternative. Because I know, like, on a 6-inch printer, the frozen one I use, the 4K screen that I've got is like 90 quid to replace. If I upgrade to an 8K, or if I get an 8K, it becomes like 160 quid. And if you go for like a 12K, it goes up again. And then if you look at the 10-inch versions, you're talking 400-500 quid on the screen for like the larger size 12K. So you really don't want to be screwing it up. So I always tell people, like, you see people offering advice in the chat rooms and stuff, but on the chat groups on Facebook and stuff, but like a lot of people kind of miss this bit out. They go, oh, bigger's better, and what, I can get this printer for this much money. So why would I buy this one instead? And it's just because, like with anything, when you get your first car, do you want to go and buy yourself a BMW M3, or do you going to go and buy a banged out Fiesta? It's the same kind of principle. Do you know what I mean? It's like you'd rather make the mistakes on the cheaper one than on a nice expensive one that you're precious over. The resin cleaning option's good, but as long as you don't mix the resin. If you stir the resin up, you can be moving those particles around, and they can still be in there. So if your print fails and you want to use the vat cleaning, then what you do is you let the resin settle, don't move anything, and then you run the vat clean, and it'll bake everything that's sat on the bottom of the resin into that bottom layer, and then you peel it out. And you should find the bottom layer will have all the little dimples and nuggets in there from the fail print. But at the same time, it's one of them where you can't necessarily be sure that the resin has kind of, those little bits haven't moved when the plate's been removed.
So as long as you've not moved anything in a build plate, you're probably okay to run it. Yeah, better safe than sorry, absolutely. And I say, just honestly, just look at the cost of a replacement screen online. Check your retailers and your resellers and things like FEP Shop and 3D Jake and those kind of guys. Have a look at their websites and have a look how much a replacement screen is going to cost you, and then just weigh up, is it worth it? And for me, no, it's not. I'll just be doing the straining every time, because it's just honestly it's such a, there's nothing worse than I've done it once. I did it once where I forgot to clean the vat and I left a big chunk of something in there, or a little chunk of something, and my next print I had holes in my models, and it's dead pixels on the screen, and basically that's what you'll get. You'll load the screen up, you'll light it up, and instead of being completely blue, you'll see little black spots, and the little black spots are basically where the pixels are dead. So you've got to be a little bit cautious. And I say, although the bigger printers open you up for more, for more kind of options in terms of what you want to print, what you've always got to remember as well is, like, the bigger a print is, the longer it's going to run for. The longer it runs for, the more chance you've got for it to fail. And even though you've got a bigger printer coming, start with small things. Keep your print small. Don't load out your build plate. Get these failures down, figure them out, and then once you've... Oh, that's a lot less than I thought, Oh, that's a Saturn 2 though, isn't it? You say you've got a Saturn 3 12K coming, is it? Yeah, Saturn 3 12K. Yeah, so Saturn 2, that's a 4K screen, isn't it? Is it 4K or is it an 8K screen? It's 8K on a Saturn 2. So yeah, if yours is a 12K screen, I mean, just check it out and just see what's gonna set you back. But and the other thing is, well, you can't swap and change. Like, they're literally, they're not out there. I suppose that makes sense. I mean, I'd say you can probably double the cost of the 4K, to be honest. So you're probably talking a sharp end of 250 quid, $250. And the other thing is FEP. Check your FEP prices as well. So the FEP membrane that you're going to be using, that's consumable. That's gonna need swapping out every so often. You'll start getting deterioration in your prints. You'll start getting random failures, and the FEP gets stretched and whatnot. So you have to kind of go back and change that. And obviously, the larger size of FEP you need, the more expensive it's going to cost. And it's not always FEP. I think you'll probably be using, is it PFA or the NFEP or something like that. It's not bad. It's just I'm just talking relatively. So if you look at the cost of, the 6-inch FEP versus a 10-inch FEP, I think typically it might not be the same. I bought in bulk last time I bought it, and I haven't bought for a while, but it used to be like about £25 for 3 sheets of the 6-inch versus £25 for 1 sheet of the 10. So it's basically three times the cost. And then obviously you'll consume more resin because you're using a bigger printer. So that's just a given, isn't it? So right, I'm going to go with these guys not having any eyes at all. So I'm just going to kind of just gouge them out, because that just looks even creepier, doesn't it? I did. I put a comment on it the other night. It looks ace, that does, doesn't it? So Fohammer yesterday put an article up about this new printer that's basically it's come from a manufacturer in the dental industry. And I mean, to put it in context, dental industry printers are like where it all started. They do dental and prosthetics. And I can't remember what it was called now, what the company's called, but this printer is like, it got like a heated chamber, it got like its own proprietary resins that you had to use, which obviously, you know, could be a good thing and a bad thing, but basically there was no calibration required. So because they're using proprietary resin, they've got all the config for them. Hey Gears, that was the one, yes, you saw it too. I mean, it looks ace. I mean, I can't remember how much it was. It's going to be expensive, like more expensive than other ones. But there's one called the GK2 out there at the moment, which is a really, really good printer. And again, Fohammer tested that one, and it looks amazing. But one of the things that appeals to me with it is the old. What am I trying to say? The heated chamber. It's like in the UK, obviously, when we're doing 3D printing here, you've got to kind of deal with ambient temperatures that can often be, you know, like mega low, like you know, we get into the winter and it's like, you know, minus 5 or whatever, and then even in the summer, I mean, at the moment my office is just riding at 22 degrees, but it's it was about 14 degrees when I came in this morning. If I'm trying to print in 14 degrees, I can almost guarantee a failure. You need it to be about 21 to 22 degrees, 23 degrees. So in cooler environments, a heated print chamber is like the gold standard of 3D printers. And I'm really hoping we start seeing that becoming more of a thing in the consumer level. I think we will. I think once one or two of them have done it, that's it then. Do you know what I mean? That'll be the thing. That'll be the expectation then. It's like everybody expects, you know, pre-supported files with their STL files these days because it's been done. I think we're doing the same thing with 3D printers. I think once they start, now that they've started putting heaters in there, you know, people are just going to be like, well, you know, I want a heated printer, I want a heated chamber. And that'll be the expectation. That'll be the norm. That'll be what they expect of the norm, at least. I'll be honest, I should have done this at the beginning. I shouldn't. It's been much easier. Yeah, I think the difference between a heated bed and a heated chamber, I think, is a tricky one, because in a resin printer, you've got a weird situation going on where resin printers have fans inside to draw the heat out to keep the computer components cool. Hey Riz, how you doing? Yes, you have fans drawing out the heat to keep the computer components inside the printer cool. And then we've got the LED producing heat when it's heating the resin, and I think the resin also gives off a bit of an exothermic reaction when it's curing, so the resin will heat up too. So everything's trying to cool it down, but we want it to be warm. So it's a bit of a balancing act, trying to make sure it doesn't overheat or kind of, you know, go under. But my first printer, I spent £11,000 on it. It was a Sega Pico 2, and that was a dental printer, and that had a heated chamber, and it had ramp it up to like 30 degrees before the print even started. It was brilliant, perfect. No, never had to worry about it until I started printing with, like, you know, Mars and EPACs and all that kind of stuff. What would I recommend in terms of wash and cure station? I would say don't even bother. Don't bother with it. I haven't got one. I haven't had one the entire time I've been 3D printing. They're a relatively new thing, and I've never seen the point in them. So what I have 3 separate tubs, basically, Tupperware tubs, clip lock jobbies. And God, he looks like a comedy character, man. I've got three separate clip lock tubbies. 3 separate clip lock tubs. So I've got the first one is my filthy one. So the filthy bath is the first one. So the build plate comes off the printer, and then the whole thing gets rinsed off in the filthy bath, and that'll take off all of the worst of the resin. Once I've taken them off there, I'll pull them off the supports, and they get thrown into the dirty bath. Morning, Max. How you doing, matey? So once they're in the dirty bath, they soak in there for 5-10 minutes or something like that. And then after they've come out the dirty bath, they go into a final clean rinse. So the final bath is like, you know, as clean as I can manage to keep it. All of the worst of the resin's gone into the other ones, so you know you're not dealing with like massive, great big deposits of resin. So it should stay clean for a while. And then no, all IPA. I started using methylated spirits lately because somebody recommended it, but I'm not liking the smell of the methylated spirits. I was told to use it because it doesn't smell as bad, but for me it smells worse. I prefer the smell of isopropyl, because methylated spirits has literally got some stuff that's added to it to make it unappealing to drink. So like it's literally designed to smell bad, whereas isopropyl is just really strong alcohol, just like hand gels and stuff. Do you know what I mean? It's just like that. So, and it dissipates quite quickly. Whereas I find the so you can use water in your first rinse if it's a water-based resin. If it's not a water-based resin, don't even contemplate it. Yeah, the dirty one, don't use water unless it's a water-based. If it's a water washable resin, then you're fine doing that. If it's not a water washable resin, that first thing could potentially like cause you structural issues with your resins or any kind of number of issues. It's just not worth doing. You can give it a wash in water at the very end after the very last one. You'll be buying water washable resin. It'll say it on the box. There are Eliza do make a water washable resin. In fact, Eliza use one of my models to market their water washable resin. My Barbarian Mini. But yeah, I've used it in the past. A lot of people slag it off and they say it's not very good. They don't like it because it's got it like delaminates or whatever else. I think some of it is down to user error because it does work a little bit differently to normal resins. And obviously the problem you'll find with resin is it will soak up liquid in time. So the longer you leave something sat in, and I think the rate of absorption on the water washables you might find is quite high. So if you leave, you're gonna have to do like quick rinses, and it might be that multiple short rinses. That is probably, if it's an ABS like it's probably not water washable. So I would say you're gonna need to use isopropyl all the way through. They're literally like water washable will be in the title. It'll be in the description if it's gonna be that. You know what I mean? So go for a triple wash, so three tubs. So filthy wash first, dirty wash second, super clean wash third. After it comes out of the super clean wash, you let it completely air dry. Like literally, there's no like sign of damp on it at all, no sign of wetness. And then once it's completely dried, you can either pop it out on a baking tray in the sun, although I've had Magpie steal models off my baking tray, so just be careful of like birds and things. Or I also use a UV nail curing lamp, you know, like the thing you'd use if you're doing like gel fingernails or anything like that. So yeah, you do. so my mum bought a 3D printer. And she wanted to like print some of my models and help me out with them. And it was an Eliza Mars she bought, and she kept it on the kitchen worktop in the kitchen next to an open window. And the first time she took the lid off it, literally the entire
resin vat cured solid, like not all the way through, but like the whole top just skinned over in like a second. So with very bright, very strong UV light, it will kind of properly like skin up and cure. I've got white diffused blinds on my office window. I know it's plonker and bunker. So I've got white diffused blinds on my office. It doesn't block out the light entirely. I'm not working in like a dark room here, but it does diffuse enough of the light that I don't have issues when I'm working. And my printer's at the back of the office, away from the windows. Your 3D printer itself, the actual cover of it is UV protective, so you're not going to have issues with the it's buried in the body. You're not going to have issues with the resin kind of what am I saying? You're not going to have issues with the resin curing in the print chamber whilst the printer's running, while you've got the lid on. But it's when you open the lid and you try and like clean the models, that's when it happens. The other thing that happens as well is your isopropyl. It's got suspension of a suspension of the UV curing resin in the isopropyl, and if you leave it exposed to sunlight, you'll see the container you've got it in will start going opaque, and you get this kind of like god awful isopropyl cheese, like a curd kind of forms in there, and there'll still be a load of like liquid, but you'll have this kind of like, looks like tofu or something. It's just bloody horrible. But basically, keep that stuff out of the light as well. I keep it in a cupboard with the door closed on it when it's not in use, just to make sure I don't get that problem. The other thing you'll find as well, I was chatting to Bunker about it the other day, was when you're cleaning the models and you put them into cure, you've got to make sure that you have the models need to be fully dried first, because what will happen is if they're not fully dried and you put them in the curer, you're going to get white crusts on them, and once you get the right crust, you can't do anything about it. You can't like scrub them off or anything. They're just there. That's it. You've kind of got to start again, and it's just impatience will cause that. You've got to let them properly, thoroughly air dry first. Yeah, resin plus light is bad. But if where you live, if you get a lot of natural sunlight, if you're in like the Mediterranean or something like that, you don't probably need to buy a curing chamber. You can just, like say, just put stuff on a windowsill or leave it outside for a bit. You don't need to leave it out for very long either. If you're in the UK, I mean, on a sunny day, a baking tray in the garden's fine for me. But for most of the year, I'm using like the nail curing stations. So you know, like the if you go onto Amazon, I'll just find one and show you. These things, you can see you can get it for a tenner, £8, £8.99. That's literally all you need. Yeah, that's the job. It's just one of these things. £8.49. And if you put that, if you use, what I would recommend is get yourself a stainless steel baking tray. Line the models out on a stainless steel baking tray, and then put your UV light on the baking tray. And what it'll do is the baking tray will reflect the light back up, and it will help to cure the model a bit more evenly. So, I mean, something like that's a waste of time. Don't get something like that. But like, you know, any of these kind of ones where you like that one there is very similar to like the one I use. Except it's a bit more simple. My one's a bit more simple than these. But yeah, that's literally all you need. So you don't need to spend hundreds of pounds on a wash and cure station. A couple of clip lock tubs and one of these. That's all you need. It's that simple. But the wash and cure stations, they take up a load of space on your worktop as well. You know what I mean? Where like
the isopropyl tubs, I can stash them away in a cupboard and get them out when I'm washing models and stuff. So it's all about what works best, and how it's going to how it's going to work out and everything else. But let's get some hair on this one. Yeah, right. If you need any assistance, if you're in the Discord server, honestly, I mean, Bunker's learning in there at the moment. He's just had his first printer rock up. Always happy to help and kind of give you some guidance and steering and whatever else. So if you've got any questions, just fire away. I'd also say get yourself the cones of calibration. Cheers, Bunker. Grab yourself the cones of calibration from Table Flip Foundry. Use that to calibrate your prints. Just because, I mean, Bunker's just been through it himself, but the whole process of kind of like getting your printer calibrated, I mean, once you've done it, you have to do it for every resin you're going to use. If you're going to use 5 or 6 different resins, you'll have to run calibration on each resin. If you just stick with one resin, you only have to do calibration once. So it's worth just spending that bit of time to get it right. And if you need any help with it, just give us all a shout and we'll help where we can. Okay guys, so I said earlier again, this model is for Nanolith. If you haven't backed Nanolith already, and you want to kind of get on board and you know, get in on the action, you can use the link here. Check me out, Bunker, being organised. You can check that link out. You can go and have a little look at Nanolith, see what it's all about. You can go and jump on the late backer pledge. And this model will be available for backers. I'm not sure yet if it's actually exclusively available to them, or if it's going to be kind of made as a purchase, or it's going to be given away to them. But you've got to be a backer to get it. So good shout, Bunker, thank you. I know, it's like I know what I'm doing or something, isn't it? Scaring me a bit. So I'm just going to use my crease function on the complete edge loop at the top and at the bottom. That'll just stop the sides getting rounded off when I do the next stage. Just divide to get some resolution to it. Okay, make that a touch bigger. Just like that. I'm going to divide it, and then I'm going to dynamesh it. Okay, and then we'll merge that into there. Let's take the top of that, let's just stretch it up a bit more. Let's turn that line off because that's just annoying. Let's go for a little cube insert on the side there, just to change up a touch. Okay, and I'll just take the bottom piece there, we'll go sideways on that. I'm going to put a little It's not, mate. I'm just remembering a few things today. Oops. Cheers, Max. Oh, so I'm taking a few artistic liberties here because there's obviously limited information on the old illustration. Let's put some. Where's that? Let's put some fleshy protrusions on our back to encompass these. Oh god, Info about what, mate? Do you want to fire in and guys? Max in the chat at the moment. Max is the kind of game designer for Nanolith, or one of. If anybody's got any Nanolith questions or want to find out more about what his character's about, he's in the chat. You might want to tap him up and ask him some questions. I'm all right at the moment. I am, mate. I've kind of covered off the basics we spoke about. Obviously, I only know what I know. I don't know if you want to jump in and start telling us a little bit about the character, about Nanolith, or just a little bit of a rundown on it all. You type, I'll speak. I'll read your writing. Do you know? I just realised she's I'm doing that actually. But oh, Max, actually, if you're still there, I do have one question. How is this model available to anybody once it's finished? Are they going to get it automatically with the pledges, or is it a paid add-on, or will it be available in like the web store, etc.? were planning to try and get Max on stream today, so you'd be another voice on the stream, so we could have a discussion about it all. But I mean, much like we've got the kids off school because of strikes and things like that at the moment, he's got his little ones at home with him. So trying to do a stream and be a valuable contributor is quite difficult when you've got little ones running around your feet. And Max's little ones are about the same age as mine as well, so I feel his pain in that respect. So hopefully he'll dip back in the chat at some point and we'll ask him. I imagine it's snack o'clock for the little ones. Oh, actually it's lunchtime, so he's probably frantically trying to get them a sandwich at the moment. Yeah, same here. We got Jacob's out tomorrow. They've cancelled. So he was supposed to be in school, but now he's not. So Willow's class is still in, but we're actually off to Wales for a couple of days. So we basically said she's in nursery. It's not compulsory education. We're not sending her in. So we're gonna get a little head start on our little trip to Wales instead. You got anything planned, Bunker? You gonna be taking them anywhere nice or doing anything nice for them, or are you just trying to keep them out of trouble? Right, do you know what? I'm gonna save this and I'm gonna get the legs done. Let's get onto the legs. Hey Itchers, what are you on today? Biscuits and ice cream. Stuck indoors. The weather's not supposed to be great the weekend, is it? I mean, it's a typical trip to Rill for us if it's chucking with rain and thunder and lightning or whatever. But yeah, did you get the cheese to go with your biscuits, Riz? PM3D. Okay, so I'm hoping I'm not going to end up killing it, but you never quite know. Well, if anybody does mechs and things like that, this. Hey, you Elston, how you doing, mate? Cheers, on. How's Alston doing today? Okay, if you want to see what I'm doing, guys, again, a couple of people have just joined. I'm just going to put the link out in the chat there. There you go, the Woodpecker Games. That's for the late pledges for Nanolith. So this boss monster I'm working on at the moment. This is the one of the bosses from the Nanolith game. It's in production at the moment. If you want to get on a late pledge, you've got an opportunity whilst they're on Pledge Manager. So, yeah, very busy, mate, very busy. Cheers, Riz. What are you posting? Your biscuits. God, I like. God, they're literally actually ice cream cones. I thought you meant you got like ice creams and stuff. They look good. So I'll be buying them too. Okay, so I need to. I'm gonna go slice curve. We get the Dynamesh resolution up. We're gonna Dynamesh it, and I'm gonna turn groups on. I have a horrible feeling I've just over-egged this massively. Yep, totally have. It's like 50 million polys, this cube, isn't it? Oh, 10 million. Not quite as bad as I thought, but clearly not as high as I needed it to be. Or higher than I needed it to be, rather. There you go, 1.7 million, that's fine. So, we're going to go for... sorry guys, I just had a sip of my coffee. I've just opened it for the first time. It's like a travel cup. I had a sip of it. I thought, this is bloody disgusting. I think I put I think I washed it up and I haven't washed out the wash up liquid properly. Nice. Okay, slice curve. So I'm going to try and get some of these shapes into here. In fact, let's just duplicate first. So I'm going to slice in. So an angle there. I need to see the colours so I can see where I'm going. And we're going to polish and group. Okay, and then with this one active, I'm going to cut down here. It's going to be a slight angle. We'll redo it again. And then this piece can come out. Hey Mark, how you doing? Okay, now I'm going to turn groups off. I'm going to dynamesh all this back together. Also group it, and now I've got a nicely shaped piece. Okay, now I need to stretch the back out of it because I need a bit more topology at the back for the leg. So we're going to come about halfway down this time. We're going to do the slice this way. Put groups back on. Cut it. Delete the hidden. Turn the groups off. Dynamesh it all again. Auto group, and we're back to one homogeneous shape. Okay, we're going to put planar on. You can see I've got a few little ridge lines in there. I'm just going to use planar to just smooth some of that out. What planar does, if you're not familiar with it, it will pick up the flat layer and it will apply it. It'll basically like drag that all the way through. So the same layer becomes consistent. If I use polish on this, it's going to kind of change the level. It's going to like put pits and divots in. But planar will keep it perfectly flat. Only problem with planar is if you try and put it on an angle like this, it's going to carve straight through. So you have to just make sure you've got the surface. The surface you start on is the surface that you want, basically. Yeah, I've definitely got a bit of washing liquid in my coffee. That's not nice. Oh, hang on. That bit needs to come back. Oh, no, hang on. Okay. I think I might just do the same like that, so just a touch. Let's just take that back. Okay, I think that works. Okay, I'll take the first cube that I created first. I'm going to duplicate that. That's my standard. That's just been dynamesh. It's just ready to use again. So I'm just going to just makes life a little bit easier. So, first thing to do, we'll slice it this way. Lose the purple bit. Come down the back here. Let's lose the red bit. And then on this side I'm going to take this so it's the same angle here. I'm just going to cut the end off. There's that. Okay. This piece here, I'm just going to slightly shrink down a touch. Let's just check what the topology is like. Quite dense. Let's just see if we can do this next bit how we want to do it. Let's just cheers, Riz. It's a creepy old character, isn't it? It's got like proper Genova vibes for me, this one has. No, this is nothing to do with me, this one isn't. This is my mate Max. He works for Woodpecker Games, making Nanolith. Oh, thank you, Mark, for the follow. Yeah, he's working on the Nanolith game, which is the one we put in the link earlier. Let me just pop the I'll pop it back in the chat again so you can go and have a little look and see what it is. So basically, this game Nanolith, it's like a cyberpunk RPG interactive comic book as a game. So it's pretty epic. The game looks amazing. They did about 250 grand on Kickstarter, and then they've gone on to sell tons more to like retailers and whatnot. And they've got late pledges open at the moment because it's in the manufacturing phase. So you've got opportunities to like kind of get in and get a late pledge in. But they've asked me to. They had the character models made, so the player characters they've got done, but they never did any of the bad guys. And they've come back to me now and they said, like, can we do some of the monsters? Some of the bosses. So this one now is one of the boss characters called Eliza, and she's like a lab experiment, like biomechanical flesh golem type creature. But once your players have like defeated her in the game, you can summon her and use her as a like an Esper, like a like Ifrit and Shiva and stuff in Final Fantasy. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay, so we have this bit here. Then we have that's this section. So I'm just trying to figure it out. So it's going to need a divot in the back here. Ah, cheers, Alston. Much appreciated, mate. Have you used your thingy code? Your affiliate code? You're gonna be making Alston some dollars. Shouldn't have bothered doing that, should I? Just do that. Very nice, mate. Very nice. Okay, so this one. Right, this is where it's going to join the body. I've just realised every single limb's different. Max, what are you playing at? Yeah, you've got to be careful, AD, with trying to make miniatures using AI art, because I've had quite a few people present it to me as an option, and they kind of show you the work, and what you inevitably find is that the details that you see don't translate into anything tangible. So they might look okay at a distance, but then actually when you break it down, you kind of go, hang on a sec, this doesn't make any sense. And you'll literally just find that for no reason whatsoever. Oh no, I can't do that. There's basically there's still a whole lot of interpretations going to need to go on in the sculpting phase. So unfortunately, it doesn't actually save you a lot of time when you're trying to do it. Is what I found. I've tried to work from AI stuff for people, and it's really, really tricky. So as long as you've got a good amount of artistic license to kind of freewheel and rework things and do stuff, it's no, I've not seen anything recently, to be honest. Come on, what are you doing? so there's one part of the leg, and then we've got the last part, which is going to use that one. So I'm going to slice a chunk off to use in a minute. Okay, then I'm going to stretch that bit out. Delete the hidden. And then we'll go for that one. Let's see what you got there, matey. Oh right, you're literally using it for miniatures. Oh yeah, I've seen a few of these online actually. I love the way they've even got the supports that haven't been removed properly. Yeah, you're right. That's not bad, is it? Yeah, I've got to give you that. That's pretty respectable as far as miniatures go. Not bad. No, you use Mid-Journey to basically emulate a miniature. So basically the art it creates is like a photograph of a miniature. I've seen quite a few people doing it, and it's at a glance, it literally looks like a nicely painted model, and then when you start looking at it, you'll spot there's oddities in there and things. But yeah, because it's attempting to make something look like a 3D thing, you can at least try and like visualize it a little bit more. I'll take this piece now, shrink it down. Oh, hang on, let's get into the middle of it first. Shrink it down. Let's yeah, I think it'd probably be more useful using that to make miniature designs than to try and use just general artwork. You're going to get a good feel of what's going to work, aren't you, as well? I mean, the only thing to be aware of as well is the like your target audiences, because there's a lot of people out there who are very anti-AI. So if you want to try and like win favour with any particular types of crowds, just make sure that they're not the the ones who are really kind of against it. I think as part of your workflow, I don't see a problem in it. I think the issue is when it starts replacing artists. People kind of see it as like it's stealing work from artists, isn't it, by using AI? Like, why pay a human to do a job that a computer can do? But I think as an artist, if you're using it as part of your workflow to help you generate ideas and stuff, look, AD, let's see what you got. Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember you showing me this one before, actually. So has the AI refined these for you? Is that what's happened? It's taking your initial design and giving you variants. Oh, well, I'll have to have a look at that, because that would come in quite handy doing things like when I did my Warlock. I struggled quite a bit with that one, but yeah, maybe worth a look into it. Yeah, it's helping you as an artist to refine your work, and yeah, exactly. That's one leg done. Only one leg done. Max, you're killing me. Yeah, that's it, and it's not necessarily like you're going to use any one of them specifically, but at the very least it gives you a starting point, doesn't it? Oh yeah, I know. And also, not only that, it's also going to be very small. Like the whole base of this model is going to be like 30mm diameter. Yeah, it kind of. Do you know what? Yeah, it is actually, isn't it? That's quite a good way of putting it, Alston. Doom meets Spirited Away. That's not actually the vibe of the game, though. The funny thing, the game doesn't really have that kind of, or from what I've seen of it at least, doesn't necessarily have that kind of that kind of thing going on. Auto group. Actually, do you know what? I need to slice it there. Yeah, exactly, Riz. This is where knife tool would be amazing if it wouldn't nerf the system every single time you try to use it. This is my hack for the knife tool, by the way. This is what I do instead. Because knife tool is horrific and unreliable and a recipe for an insta crash. And it is a hack. There's no two ways about it. You know what I mean? If I could just use a tool that would just go slice, job to good one. That'd be it. That'd be me done. I'll be a happy man. But sadly, no such luck. Hooray! Is that the one you were working on yesterday with the where you were struggling with Substance Painter? Oh, another one. Hey Dennis, how we doing, matey? Ah, no, shit. I'm trying to think now, is that Die Hard? Hudson Hawk? No? Let's go back a bit, innit? I know it's Bruce Willis saying it, I was just trying to wrap my brains. Anyone want to chip in and help me out? What's that quote from? I don't know if I can on stream, I'll have to wait till later. Right, I need... I need this thing. Fifth Element. Now there is a film I need to watch again. like literally just crazy, isn't it? Like the Fifth Element. Yeah, it is a fantastic film. And I know he's supposed to be incredibly irritating, but I think one of my favourite characters in it is it Chris Tucker? Was it Chris Tucker? Was it somebody else? Oh no, I know. I'll say his character was supposed to be kind of like an irritating diva, wasn't he? But he was absolutely brilliant. Right, let's steal that piece. Rizom. What's oh, Rizom. What's Rizom? No, they can't remake it. It'd be a crime against humanity if they tried to remake that. Oh right. Oh, you got special software for that, have you? A new Indiana Jones movie. So that just wouldn't work though, would it? Because surely Harrison Ford, like, they'd need to use a mechanical rig to move him around the screen, wouldn't they? Oh my god, it's actually out. Oh mate, I remember looking at the last Terminator movie and with Arnie in it and thinking how bad it was, because like he clearly couldn't like keep up, and they moderated the roll down to kind of allow for him to do the to basically be like 80 years old. He was, Dennis. He was. Yeah, you can't do that. You need people who love it, don't you? You need like fans to be writing stuff like that. If you're not invested, sling your hook. Guys, let me just pop you on mute a second. Just going to pop you on a BRB. I've just had a customer having a problem on the website. Give me a second. I'm just going to give him a quick message and get him back on track. Don't go away. I won't be far. Right guys, I think I've sorted it. So like the customer trying to buy something on the website and can't get an order process through. But I think we've sorted it now. I think it's resolved. Okay, then. Right then, guys. Let's crack on with this. Right, so I need to get this and this and this. Slice. Just want to blend them all together. Right. Yeah, Shia LaBeouf's a bit of an odd one, isn't he? Like the I mean, he's embraced being weird as well. So. And that kind of, it's enabled him to be a bit more weird, for better or for worse. Guys, no, I'm not. I'm not meant to be muted. I thought I'd turn it back on again. What was it you said? You jinxed me, punker. That's what you've done. It's just a streaming fail on my part. That's what it is. Thank you, matey. Let's get that savage. Yeah, luckily I was awake enough on that one. It didn't actually. It didn't cause any mega dramas. Yeah, I know. When Riz mentioned it earlier, I that was when I unmuted it. But I don't know if I double clicked on the button or something like that. But I definitely clicked to unmute it. Started talking to you, like replying about the Indiana Jones actors and all that kind of stuff. I've been chatting to myself for about 15 minutes, I think. Pro streamer my arse. Oh well. Never mind. Okay, so there's another arm. Oh no, hang on. I need a pipe on that one. No, I'm going to do the pipes after, so I'll do all the pipes later. Right, next leg. I think I might just recycle the little parts off the last one there and just change that one a bit. Let's duplicate it. I'm not muted now, am I, Riz? Are you trolling me? You bastard. Well, cheers, Alston. I don't know if that's a compliment or a when you come around and have a word. Riz, you're gonna be in the doghouse, you are with this. I have enough technical problems on my own without confusing other people's. What, you were just trolling me? I'm doing a good job of it. Okay, so next one we're going to do same kind of thing. We're going to use this piece again, duplicate it. How's it work today, Alston? Do you know what? I meant to message you actually. I went for a meeting yesterday, not yesterday, Tuesday, and I drove through Elston. And I meant to send you a message with a little picture of it saying, Elston, I'm in Elston. Kind of out near Newark, I think. Well. Yeah, an actual genuine place called Elston. Trust you to go somewhere like that, mate. I'm in the conversation, not the place. You're going in some kind of weird loop now. Riz, don't encourage him. One thing Elston doesn't need is encouragement. I mean, he likes it, doesn't need it. That's right. I've got to remember to do the Boolean bit properly. Yes, Harrison Ford needing to retire. Definitely does. Yes, enough's enough. Well, he's not even charismatic, is he? He's like... What's that? The cash grab moves from Disney's hurt your inner child. They built up your childhood, then as an adult ruined it again. Why? No, I'm with you there, mate. I'm with you. I think the current wave of Disney movies, the live action ones, are just abominable. But possibly contentious. There was a have you seen the Matilda musical? Jacob watched it the other day. I couldn't even bear to bring myself to watch it. Like it just grated on my head so much. It was ridiculous. And it was nothing to do with like casting choices or anything else. It was just the songs. They just weren't even songs, man. They were just absolutely awful. There was like no rhythm to them. There was no tune. Did not get on well with it at all. So I've done one leg, 2 legs. Three legs. Okay, these are the wrong way around. Let me just switch these up. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree if I'm honest. I think the thing is they underestimate the power of nostalgia as well. It's like you don't want like, you know, it's like when they changed the recipe for pot noodles. They were crap. Pot noodles have always been bad, but there was something kind of endearing about them. And then when you come back to have them later on, like you try and have a pot noodle now and it ain't the same. It's not the same. It's an abomination in comparison to what it used to be. I mean, it was an abomination then, don't get me wrong, but it's like a change for the worse for no apparent reason. It's leg 3. It's leg 1. Do you know what, Elston? I don't think you're wrong. I mean, some people aren't just cut out for these kind of things and they think they know better. And without wanting to get into kind of like political debates on really contentious issues, there's a whole case study you can look at there, which is the Bud Light situation. And I don't want to get into it all because I know it's one of those inflammatory kind of subjects, but they had their target demographic and ignored it, and they've suffered the backlash for it. I think we've got to be careful that you know your customers, know your audience. Oops, auto group. Let's lose that bit and that bit and that bit. Yeah, know your customers is a. I mean, every business needs that. You know what I mean? And that would be me, I think, mate. Sergeant Dan. Do you know what? I still haven't watched the D&D movie. Have they got that on like Netflix or anything yet, or is it coming on to any of the streaming platforms? Do we know? say, because I'm really keen to watch it, but there's no way I'm doing cinemas. Yeah, to be fair, that'd have been crucified, wouldn't they, if they'd have got that wrong, I think. We've had so many bad D&D movies over the years that, like, they really needed to make sure this one was proper. Am I right in saying they gave it the Critical Role treatment and they actually got the cast playing D&D to kind of decide the outcomes in the movie and the storylines and stuff? I know I saw a video of them playing it, like, but I've definitely seen footage of the cast all playing D&D together. And that's what it seemed to be. It seemed to be they were presenting them with the situations that were in the movie. Okay, let's get these legs into the other scene. I am going to mirror them, I think. Hey, Dice Guy, how you doing, matey? How was your stream today? You painted by the fjord again, or you been up to anything different? Let's do a little shout out here, matey. Oh, there you go, check me out. Doing the old streamer thing. Oh, guys, I've got to apologise again here. I've stuffed up a little bit and I've ended up back on my Twitch stream chat instead of the multi-stream chat. So anybody that's over on YouTube or over on Facebook, if I've been ignoring you, I do apologise profusely. No, bunker twice in a day, man. Twice I've got things right. Like streamer stuff and everything. Be careful, people are going to think I know what I'm doing. Right, I'm going to use these two back legs. I'm going to level them down so that they are at the same point. So this leg needs to touch that base. And this leg also needs to come down and touch that base. So if I had the base in the right place, it would be useful. Oh mate, there's going to be so many of them, like sooner or later, by the time they're all added in. It'll just be one great big messy mass of bodies. So don't worry too much about the dodgy the dodgy look of that one at the moment. In fact, let's get a few heads moved around so we can get them onto get them in situ. Oops. How do I know the base is exactly the right size? Because it is. Basically what I did was I measured it against my ruler. So it may not be exactly the right size, but I know the width of this bit here is exactly 30mm. What I've done is the top of it tapers in, so the actual miniature itself is going to be on a cylinder base, so the sides won't be tapered. So by the time the sides are up there, if I can get this to fit on this thing, there'll be a little bit of a lip around the outside, which will just give it a little bit of extra slack. But scale wise, I know it's all correct. Oops. Let's do an eye here. Put an eye under there. Do another one under there maybe. We've got a few eyes going around. We've got the heads on the back. Let's go back to some heads. Let's put a couple more heads on there. I will change up the facial expressions of some of these heads, so they're not going to be all the same. No, I mean it's going to be like within about 0.5 millimetre. I should have it. It should be right. The scale's fine. There's no problem with the scaling. It's it's only the base. So if I take the this is what we're going to be dealing with in reality by the time it's finished. Be more like that than the base that I've already put on there. So let's just can that and get rid of that one for now. So like that kind of base there is what we're after, so obviously this will be roughly the fit, I suppose. And we need some a mouth in the body. Oops, turds. Okay, let's get some marker points in there. So we've got some. What do we call them now? Landmarks on the model to use as reference. So we've got like the heads. We've got the mouth in place. We've got the eyeballs. In there, we'll get some gums in there, we'll get the Yeah, you just know if this is watching a video game, you'd be shooting these eyeballs as the as your targets, wouldn't you? These would be your critical hit, your weak spots. I said it right at the very beginning, but I don't think I've mentioned it again since. The scale of this model is much smaller than you would think it's going to be, because the Nanolith models are not 32mm scale. The Nanolith models are on 20mm bases, so they are quite a bit smaller than a standard like human wargame mini, particularly the ones I would normally make. So some of the detailing I'm putting in here is like kind of less than I would normally use and less than I would normally do. Obviously it's not because I'm skimping and trying to do them out of bit of detail, it's because the scale of the models doesn't warrant the extra time investment being put into the extra details that won't be visible.
guys, I've just got a wife calling now. Just let me give her a quick call. So Ailey's back with Willow, so just getting a little bit of lunch on. Okay, so oh yeah, we're just making all the gums in the mouth. Let's put a tongue in there. So these are just placeholders, they're not the final pieces by any means, but
I've got a feeling this is going to take some mega kind of mega cleanup work once everything's all merged together. I will say I do feel sorry for the people who are going to be printing this. It's I'll be doing the supports on it, so they'll be good supports. But honestly, the size of it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough ask to keep it intact without breaking it all. I'll do my best, guys. hasn't. Right, let's just undo that. Let's try this with some cubes instead. Mirroring well on the Z-axis. Do a quick save. We'll do a few tendrils coming up a little bit like we're going to have down the arms here. We'll have a few little tendrils coming up the sides, I think. Just so it's got that same consistent styling.
Okay. I'm going to go in and I'm going to do the teeth. Because the teeth are all irregular and mangled and manky and horrible, we're just going to do a load of spheres. I'm going to individually shape each one.
Criminal.
Missed a couple. Right guys, I am going to save this and I'm going to put you on a BRB so you can go and grab a drink that doesn't taste of washing up liquid and go say hello to my daughter for a minute. And the wife, of course. So guys, don't go away. BRB is there. If you want to go and have a little browse on my web store, if you want to go and pick up anything, we've got a 30% discount running that applies to resin and STL files on the website. And that's going to be running for the rest of this month. Spend over £40, you get a free miniature thrown in your order. And spend over £75, you get free shipping worldwide. Okay guys, do not go away. I'll be back very shortly. Okay guys, see you in a minute.
Peripheral computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Right guys, I'm back now. Apologies for the extended delay there. Princess Emmy Bear, thank you for the follow. So we're just having a little bit of a hoo-ha around the school. The kids' school striking on Friday, obviously, or tomorrow. And we're due to be going off to Wales. We were looking to set off a little bit earlier. Apparently, taking our little one out of nursery is causing him a bit of a problem. Let's see why. It's not mandatory education age, so I'm not really sure what the problem is, but okay, let's crack on anyway. Let's get some pipes going. In fact, I need to do legs, don't I? Need to do more legs. So we just take away the bits I don't want to keep. Group mast, read English. And we're going to take Guys, apologies. My multi-stream chat was scrolled a bit higher up, and I've missed the last bit of conversation going on. Rich, how are you doing, matey? Yeah, the concept art is the monster we're doing from Nanolith. So I'll just show you one now. Let's see it. He's one of the boss characters from the game Nanolith. Which give me 2 seconds. Let me just go and push the button to send you the pledge manager. So it'll look there, and you can see all the stuff about the game. So yeah, it's a little bit unusual. It's definitely not my usual kind of fare in terms of sculpting, but it's interesting. I'll give it a go. Widen that blade out so it's one run. There we go. Better. Oh right, oh, fair enough then. Oh, you bastard. What I'm saying is, how's the worm you made? Where are we looking? Gander. Oh, nice. Yeah, I like that. Nicely stylised and perfect for miniature painting. Very cool, mate, very cool. Oh, you arsehole. That's not even funny, is it? Oh, Zebra just randomly crashed. So I was struggling with that blade a little bit, and then next thing you know, it's kaput. No, I didn't even do anything. It literally just, I was polishing the edge of the blade, and next thing you know, I was staring at my desktop. For no reason whatsoever. But we all know that's what how ZBrush rolls. Keep you on your toes. Symmetry, X symmetry. Let's put LSIM on as well to make sure it actually works. Nice, what are you doing up at 6 o'clock in the morning? Gonna be a busy day for you tomorrow then. Oh, I think you showed me your brush before, didn't you? We were telling you to get it. No, we weren't telling you to get it sold. You'd already done it. Yeah, if you've got a brush that does this, though, absolutely. Yeah, if it helps polishing edges of blades, then absolutely up for that. Cheers, Riz. Just downloading that one now. There we are. Right. So where would I use it? If I use it on here, do I draw along the edge or up to the edge, or? Trying to figure out where best to actually place it for. See, it's doing something slightly different here, and I can't figure out what it is. It's doing something different on the edges, isn't it? Is it keeping the edges raised up or something? I seem to be getting like this little, this kind of pattern going on. It's not bad at all. I think you're right. I think it might be it's taking a bit of getting used to. Or is that like the profile it's applied to, is it? I'll have a play with that a little bit more, because I think I can make good use of that. It is going to take a little bit of getting used to, and I need to get this one finished today, so I'll use it on one of my next videos and see how we get on. It's getting the feel of it, isn't it? But that's I think for getting the basic shape of the blade in there, I think that's going to be really useful. Cheers, that Riz. Got that. Move my mouse today. Yeah, I see. Yeah, that'll definitely do the job, that will. I appreciate that, thanks Riz. I think once I've had a little bit more practice with it, like starting things from scratch, I'll try it with some armour and some blades and stuff like that. We'll see how it goes. But I reckon that's if it behaves how I'm thinking it behaves, I think I'll end up getting a fair bit of use out of that. Mr. Mike Moans, how are we doing today? How was your stream, matey? Yeah, really send any more you want. Thank you for the raid, sir. And how are we all today? What have you been up to today, mate? You finishing off the Resplendent? Let's go give Mikey a shout out. God, typing in the text box would be handy, wouldn't it? There we go. Only took me about 5 times longer than it should have done. Right guys, I'm sure as Mike's dragged you over here you all know who I am by now. Just want to let you know what I'm doing today. So I'm working on this scribbly creature you can see in the corner of the screen. This is for the game Nanolith, which went to Kickstarter a couple of months back, funded, it's in production phase at the moment. If you want to go and have a little look and see Nanolith in its glory, you got that link there, that'll take you in to see the late pledge, so you can get a late backer pledge in there. Oh lovely Mike, lovely. You gonna pop it in your Cult of Creativity stream, or we'll see it on there? Send me a DM over. Let's have a little gander, see what's going on. So yeah, the guys at Nanolith, or the guys at Woodpecker rather, who are responsible for Nanolith, they've asked me to do a couple of boss creatures for the game. Well, yeah, Mike's probably responsible for an awful lot of that. So let me bring her up on screen in full so you can see her properly. So her name's Eliza. She's a big flesh golem construct type lab experiment creature. Very, very, very gribbly. And in the game, she's one of the bosses that you'll encounter, and she's also, once you defeat her, she's like a summon like an Eidolon or something like that, or an Esper. Let's go and check it out, matey. Where about you put it? General? Pet appreciation, is it there? Mini projects. Look gander. Oh, very nice. So guys, this is one of the ones we've been doing. This is a figure I sculpted for Mike, which is based on Red Straw Baby's artwork, and Mike's been painting her. She's come out cracking, mate. Did the eyes wind you up? That's fun. That's fantastic, that is, mate. Have we got the next one on the horizon yet? Have you? Have you got the next concept ready for the next sculpt? Oh yeah, mushroom fladdy. That'll be an interesting one. Fire that one over whenever you're ready, mate. We'll get it scheduled in. You got the kids off on strike today. Well, Lazarus, I'm glad to hear you've been re-inspired back into the hobby at least. I think it's one that a lot of us end up returning to at some point. When I had my first proper girlfriend when I was 17, I took a bit of time out and sold all my stuff. Hugely regretted it, but ultimately that was actually what got me what got me into sculpting minis. So it's worked out for the best in the end, I suppose. So I used to do a lot of conversion work back in the day, and obviously not having all my resources and my bits box and everything else to draw down on was it led to me having to get a little bit more creative. And that's what got me into sculpting. Oh yeah, bit of Element Games. Oh, do you know? I talked about these on stream yesterday. I meant to contact them because I've got an order outstanding and I don't know what's happened to it because it's. I'm pretty sure it should have been with me a while ago. I've got a feeling I might have something out of stock that they're holding on to, waiting for it to come in stock. So I forgot to get in contact with them about it. Guys, while I'm streaming, by the way, I run on an Ask Me Anything policy. So just if you got any questions or you just want to chat bollocks about anything, just feel free. I won't shy away from most things. Thank you for the follows. Yeah, I think I've got a feeling I must be like there must be like one bit of my order that's outstanding or something like that, and they can't fulfil, so they're just hanging on to the lot. So I'll just tell them to cancel that one piece, I think. I just realised I screwed this blade up so bad. That's more like it. What are you saying? You got into D&D a year or two after moving up here and started hoarding minis but couldn't find enthusiasm to paint. It's daunting, isn't it, when you got a big collection of them there? Little and often. That's what you want to do. Little and often. So I try and paint mine as often as I can. But I always feel guilty about painting when I should be sculpting. I've got about 50-60 part painted models on the desk behind me, and every time I look over there I feel like I need to pick up a paintbrush and have a go. But it's just time, just finding time to do anything. Let's turn that line off, that's it. Let's save this so I don't lose it, because it's already crashed on me once today. Ignore the random Harry Styles there, there's a story behind that. I will tell you if you want me to, but in fact I'll have to tell you after the weekend because it'd be a spoiler alert. It's nothing to do with Harry Styles, by the way. Right, so Sculpt there, yeah. Nanolith bosses. Alright, so it wasn't that you started painting and you were struggling to get the enthusiasm for it, you were kind of like literally hanging back and not doing it. No, I get that. It's like the fear of the unknown, isn't it? Just like taking that first step into it. That's my mate Max has got a lot to answer for, by the way. I didn't realise there was quite so much of this stuff to be doing when I agreed to do it. Well, if it's something that's a bit less complicated than this, you'll tend to see my my streams will take place from 10 in the morning till about 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon. And last stream yesterday, I did two models in that time. So it depends on how complicated they are. This is a complicated one, so this is taking time, but. But yeah, I mean, I stream regular, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, as often as I can. Occasionally Thursdays and Fridays if I've got other stuff going on. So you know, jump in and have a little look and see what's going on anytime you like. This will be the last limb this time. What printer are you using? So we've got Bunker's just picked up his first 3D printer now, and we've got a few other people who are kind of just getting into it, expecting their first ones, and kind of getting into the hobby. It's quite nice for people to kind of like hear from others and see how they're getting on with it and what kind of things you print. Yeah, it's the mechanical bits. The mechanical things are the ones that are the killer for me, because it's not my usual ballpark. So when I start having to do things like this, I have to think more about it. The flesh stuff, that's the easy bit for me. The mono 4K, nice job, nice job, nice printer choice. I'm looking at the M3 Premium as my my next couple of investments, but I keep seeing little tempting printers that are coming out that are catching my eye. The GK2, for example, that's looking pretty nifty. I don't know if you guys have seen that one, but if you haven't, I encourage you to have a look. Because it's just too damn sexy for its own good, to be honest. So it's got like self-heating and stuff like that inside. Self-heating? Yeah, self-heating. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. So you got to get your pile of shame down. What am I doing? Hang on. No. Stuff that up. Hang on. So I've misjudged where I am on a sculpt. Bear with me a sec. Oh, you got the Dungeons and Lasers job in. Is that the one Mike was painting on stream? With all the scenery and terrain and stuff. Or the old dungeon and everything. Been taking notes as he's been going through to get the best techniques down to get it painted. He is good to watch, isn't he, Mike? No, I get that. I'm working on a little set myself on for like dungeons, but more in the way of war game scenery than D&D type stuff. if you want any creatures to fill your dungeon or any kind of cultists or anything like that, be sure to hit up my web store. Oh, I haven't seen the new one yet, mate. What was the second one, Riz? Hang on, because I missed that one. Soft cracks. I just like the name on that one. Average commission, so usually for me, single human character runs at like £450. So that's with the clients providing the actual concept to work from. So without a concept, it's like another 100 on top of that, because obviously the process goes on backwards and forwards a lot more. Just try and balance this. I'm going to try and. Is that right? Yeah, correct. But obviously, let's say the thing with me is I've been painting miniatures for 34 years, sculpting miniatures for over 20 years in green stuff, and digitally sculpting since 2010. So all of the stuff I make, it's made through the eyes of a painter to be nice to paint and nice to like game with and stuff. And a lot of times you'll miss that in the current industry, because a lot of digital artists, they come at it as a point of view as an artist with like a CG background, not as a hobbyist looking at how paint works on the miniature as you're working on it. So I always think about like where the highlights are going to sit, where the shadows are going to go, where the ink's going to run to, etc. And that kind of thought process is kind of ingrained into my kind of sculpting. Around here. Let's straighten it up. Let's put the little drill bit. Yeah, it's going to be a drill bit. Love the hustle, Riz. Cheers, Riz. Oh no. Balls. Crease. Actually complete. Should have done all this before I started. Polish that. I'm going to dynamish it. Auto group it. And I'm going to taper it to a point. Almost a point. Okay, let's try this brush now. Let's see what it's like. So Riz, what am I expecting this brush to do? Ooh, like that. Oh, that is smooth, mate. That might have just pipped orb cracks as my new favourite, that, you know. I'm definitely liking that. Let's have a look at your demo. What you see? How you hold it up? Give me words up. See, this will be an interesting one then. So if I use this on the edge of a blade here like this, what I always find is orb cracks always messes with that corner. Always tends to kind of... Nice. Mate, I approve. I definitely approve. Very, very, very cool. Yeah, you need to get that on a sale thing, mate. Definitely get that on a sale site. So one big stroke and then a lighter one on. Yeah, so you get the deeper parting first and then shape the edges. Yeah, that all makes sense, all makes sense. Right, how's this? I very much do. So it definitely gets my approval, that one does. Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Riz. I'm going to leave that last little bit off there because I think it's going to be a headache to try and like cast that piece or print that piece. We'll merge that down. Oops. Let's get that one to there. do I need to change any other legs? I'm going to use the 2 front ones, but I think I'm going to recycle the back 2. So I just really don't want to make any more of these. Let's do group mast on these. Group mast on these. We're going to merge visible. They're all too big, so let's just shrink it down a touch. Guys, give me just a minute. Alright guys, I'm just going to have to run off a second. I've got Willow's coming down here to keep me company for a bit while Haley goes and picks Jacob up. So, yeah, thank you Wonka. I'm not going to be able to carry on for too much longer. So I'm just going to get her down here, get her settled, and then I'll start wrapping this up. Okay guys, so don't go away too far. I'm going to see how far I can get. Okay, back in a minute. Alexa, Netflix. YouTube? Okay, you need to keep the volume down, okay? Because I'm still doing a live stream on YouTube at the moment. Alexa, YouTube. I'm on YouTube talking to people. You can't shout at me already, okay? Whisper quietly. Come tap me on the shoulder if you need me. Right, you guys are back in now. So I've got my little girl Willow just sat on the sofa behind me, eating a blueberry muffin. That's okay there. Let's get the other legs in position. Oh, whoops. Cheers, Bonker. Strike again. See, just when you think I'm getting the hang of the whole streaming thing. I'll prove you wrong. Just change the angle of these legs because they're a little bit too regular. Oops, that's the wrong one. Hey AD, how you doing? You been here the whole time? Fossil level 1, thank you for the follow. Fossil Fossil. Do fear I may have just nerfed the ZBrush by trying to subdivide an already massive I think I've just killed it. It's not fun, man. I meant to press group masks and for some reason I pressed divide, and divide subdivides the model, so one becomes 4. One poly becomes 4 polys. And I've just turned... Oh, has it stopped? Is it finished? Oh, it didn't want to do it, I don't think, thankfully. I genuinely thought I'd absolutely killed it then. Save it before I actually do kill it. You okay, darling? It's a long week at school, I think. Yeah, so it's all for tabletop games, AD. So the you got Dungeons and Dragons, you got Warhammer, you've got Frostgrave, kind of various different things. Oh, that's the wrong one. So yeah, they use them for like a variety of different games. So sometimes it's the models don't exist and it's an agnostic system, and other times it's they do exist but they just want something that's not, you know, that's different or has a certain flavour to it. Excuse me. Yeah, it's become a big industry recently. I say recently, it's always been a decently sized industry, but it's become a lot more. Sneezes. It's become a lot more kind of prevalent since lockdown. I think when people started playing D&D a lot more, people kind of discovered miniatures because of buying 3D printers. It's all down to the people who play, really, to be honest. I mean, like, most gaming clubs will probably allow stuff, but if you go to like an official tournament, say you're playing Games Workshop stuff, if me and you are having a game and you want to use something that you 3D printed, I've got no dramas with it, but if you go to a Games Workshop store and try and play, they're going to kind of say, no, you can only use official models. If you go to a tournament, depending upon the tournament host, they may also say, no, you've got to use official stuff, or they might say, actually, you know, we'll allow you up to, I don't know, 70% of the army could be 3D printed, but you've got to have at least a portion of it has got to be legit. But you come into issues with like IP theft and IP copyrights and stuff like that, which is a different kettle of fish entirely. So you can make stuff for a game that's compatible as a kind of a proxy army, and have your own flavour to something that's kind of, you know, not already catered for. Or you can kind of go and take a you know, a Space Marine that already exists and make a Space Marine in the image of a Space Marine, and then you kind of being naughty then and kind of breaking copyright infringement laws and all that kind of stuff. So there's certain different like levels you've got to kind of, you know, if you do the latter, by the way, Games Workshop will, like, you know, kick you in the teeth and give you a cease and desist, and, you know, all your hard work's for nothing then, because you won't be able to sell it or make any money off it. So but there's an awful lot of that around at the moment, and I'm not sure how they all get away with it. Presumably they're too small for the big companies to bother with. Whereas you'd think the bigger ones would be the ones who've been more fiercely protecting their IPs, but it doesn't always seem to be the case. Yeah, I mean, I am working on games myself, so there's a couple of games I've got in the pipeline for different things. In fact, the meeting on Tuesday was about one of those in particular. Well, not just about that, it was part of what we were talking about, but there's stuff that is happening in relation to games. So there will be actual games you'll be able to play using my models, specifically, you know, which is not the case at the moment. At the moment, is if you use my models, it's because you like the models and you want to proxy them in somewhere, or you just buy them because you like to paint or something. So, but the stuff I've been doing is mostly it's for a D&D campaign called Descent into Avernus. That's the mainstay of what I've been doing for probably the last 2 years or so now, give or take. But the way I do it, I don't use any of the artwork or the imagery or anything like that. So I'll read a description of a character and have a look at their profile, see what equipment they've got, and I'll make the character that represents what I'm reading. So they'll visually match the image in my head of what I'm reading in the book, rather than necessarily somebody else's interpretation of that. So the models, although they're designed to represent a particular character from D&D, they are still my own my own designs. So as far as like IP type stuff goes, I'm kind of in the green there because there's no use of like copyrighted material. What's that? Sorry, Ed. I've been yabbing for ages now. I don't know which bit you're picking up on. Oh yeah. It's the best way of doing it to kind of make sure you stay kind of like, you know, in the clean, if you like. Because let's say the worst thing that can happen is you build a business around this. Like there's a couple of guys I've seen on like Patreon, and they're making like, you know, 70-80 grand a month or something like that, selling Star Wars stuff. Now it's clearly not licensed because there's a couple of big companies who hold Star Wars licenses, and if I was those guys, I'd be really miffed about it. But the problem obviously is that Disney aren't enforcing it, so this guy's like going around selling these files, making tons of cash out of it, whilst other people are paying for the license fees. And I you know, if I was the licensee on this one, I'd be kicking Disney, going, you know, do you want to sort yourself out here? This is like, you know, I'm paying you a fortune here to use this IP, and this guy's making as much money as I am, and he's not paying for it. Because you as the licensee, you've got no teeth to go in with. You know what I mean? You're relying on, yeah, there's loads of them doing it. You've got to rely on them to do it. So I know Games Workshop, for example, when they have somebody starts doing like Lord of the Rings stuff, they can't do anything about that. They have to go to they have to report it onto New Line and Warner Brothers, and those guys will go in there and you know, stack up case material and stuff like that, and then eventually possibly pull in a prosecution, but maybe not. So yeah, there's loads of places around the world that seem to get away with it because it's too hard to kind of stop them from doing it. The problem is, like you say, the money's there to be made, isn't it? So, you know, whilst they can make money out of it, they will. It almost needs the platforms to put a ban on copyrighted material, unless you, you know, places like Patreon and My Mini Factory and Cults and those guys. They almost need to kind of say, right, we are blanket banning copyrighted materials, you know, unless you can prove that you've licensed the IP or something like that. But no one's going to do that. It's too much admin. No one's going to want to get involved in it, do you know what I mean? Smaller companies, I think, are probably more likely to try and defend their IP than bigger companies from what I can see. So, but yeah, let's say for the sake of argument, you know, this guy's making like, you know, 70 grand a month on a Patreon selling Star Wars stuff he's not licensing, and he's been doing this for 3 years. Disney come along and go, excuse me mate, you've got to take all this Star Wars stuff off your website now because you're not licensed to sell it. He's going to suddenly lose 3 years worth of work. So you forget right or wrong or law or not or whatever else, you forget all of that out of the equation, and we look at kind of like, you know, just the impact that would have. I mean, yeah, he's made, you know, best part of £1 million over a couple of years or whatever in kind of like, you know, sales, but everything he's been selling, his whole business is based on something like illegitimate then, and he's got no rights to contest it. So yeah, there are obviously kind of like, you know, issues with using a business model like that beyond the moral. Yeah, I'm not sure how the YouTube ones stand, because there's an awful lot of if you look at YouTube, there's people ripping off IP left, right, and centre. I mean, Willow's favourite thing to watch on YouTube is like, she'll watch like an episode of Bluey, but it'll be, you know, some 40-year-old person playing with dolls in a doll's house, kind of emulating it, and I find it creepy as anything, really, if I'm honest. But aside from my own kind of feelings about the taste around that, like, you know, they haven't paid for the IP licenses or anything like that, so there's no rightful claim to the work again. It's all the same kind of thing. So yeah, it's weird. It's a weird. And the unfortunate reality of it is, as well, it's probably going to carry on unchecked until somebody gets absolutely slammed and made a case of. And I'll tell you for nothing, I do not want to be that person. I would hate to be the person who gets, you know, called up in a court and overturned and everything else, and like dragged over hot coals, because they're going to make an example of you, and use you as a deterrent for the rest of the world to fall into line. And this is the thing, like the way law works is you need a case law, so you need like a precedent set. So once somebody's been prosecuted on something, it's kind of, you know, green light for everybody else to follow suit. Let's take the teeth out. In fact, let's just do this one. Yeah, I mean, the reality of it is, you know, basically just do whatever you want, because nobody's going to stop you one way or another. A lot of these guys get around it by saying, "Oh, it's fan art." I'm gonna say. Yeah, a lot of them will get around saying it's fan art, but they're charging for it. Or if they're not charging for it, they're charging subscription fees. So you'd have to kind of do a Patreon and only give the fan art to your Patreon subscribers. And even then, I'm not 100% sure it's legit. Yeah, I mean, well, I know it's not legit. It's still definitely not legit, but it's whether or not you can get away with it at that point. So, but I mean, let's use Miguel Zavala as an example, who does the miniatures in the industry. Oh, who's raiding? Tusker, how are you doing? How was your stream today? Thank you for the raid, sir. Hope you're doing well. Let's try and do my my shout out business again, and we'll see if we can get a. And it worked, yes, twice in one stream. How are you doing, chap? Mike, you still here? I thought you'd gone off for some adulting and stuff. What's that from? Let's see. That shouldn't even be there. Ah, fair play. I was going to say a bit late for lunch, but I've done lunch at this time of day plenty of times myself. It really is, isn't it? Yeah, it's for the game Nanolith. Again, let me just pop you up a link so you can have a little look at it yourself. They're running their pledge manager at the moment, so it's funded. Did about 250 grand on Kickstarter, so they've done really well there. And then it's gone off to, they've sold probably the same again through retail pledges and stuff afterwards. It's like people picking it up after the show, like trade shows and stuff. And yeah, it's going through manufacturing at the moment. They've got late pledges open, and they've asked me to do a couple of boss characters. So this one is called Eliza. She's kind of a flesh golem construct type character, and basically she's going to be one of the bosses in game. But when you defeat her, she kind of like, you can summon her and use her as like an Eidolon Esper kind of thing. So yes, it's all good. It's I reckon I'm about 50-60% of the way through now. I've got the mechanical bits done, so I've got to kind of gribbly up the body and merge everything together, customise the heads, pose the hands. There's all these like little fiddly bits still to do, but we're starting to get there. I feel like I'm making progress, so get the eyes off now. What were you up to on your stream today? You painting anything nice? Anything interesting? Want to share anything or show anything off? I'm gonna take the arms and we'll split the hands off. Ah, Curse City. I never got around to picking that up, and I regret it already, actually. I was always a fan of Mordheim, and when I saw Curse City coming out, it was kind of somewhere between Mordheim and Warhammer Quest, I believe. Is that right? Give or take? Oops. Yeah, no worries, dude. You take it easy. Thank you very much for the drop, for the raid. All much appreciated. You take it easy. We'll catch you later. So we're going to do away with groups on this one now. Oh, turds, hang on a sec. Dynamesh this lot together, and let's start getting some. Let's start doing the bio bit. I've done the mechanical, let's do the bio. I say I've done the I've done the mechanical, it's not done. I've done a bit of it. Okay, so hopefully we start seeing this like kind of start to come together. It'll start looking like a big mass of flesh. Big, very unpleasant mass of flesh. Instead of just random bits of stuff stuck together. So I'll do a few of these bits and then we'll get what what we call it now. We'll get a kind of another Dynamesh pass done, and that'll start seeing more stuff blending together. And we get some suitably disgusting textures kind of sculpted in. Records of the Realms, isn't he just incredibly friendly? How are you doing today? Yeah, this thing is a kind of a flesh golem construct type creature for the Nanolith board game. So the guys at Nanolith, well, Woodpecker Games rather, who produce Nanolith, they have asked me to make a couple of the boss models for the game. And at the moment I'm just blending in some different like appendages and things like that we've got stuck on, so giving it a little bit of texture, and then we'll go back over it and I'll retexture and do an extra pass. I say retexture, I'll enhance the texture in a second one, so we're just going to blend everything very roughly right at the moment. It's okay. I mean, I only started on stream today, so it's still kind of, it's not early doors, but it is like, you know, there's still quite a bit to do. But there's not as much to do as I thought, actually, looking at it like this now. Lots of pipes to add on still. Some drool and saliva on the tongue. I've got to pose all the hands, which I ain't looking forward to, but you know, I might do 3 or 4 different hands and just copy and paste them across the model in different places. To, you know, I can do a few little minor tweaks and adjustments to that then. But yeah, it's going fairly well. What I might use for the large areas some things I don't normally do. I don't normally bother with alphas. If I get some alphas that are like burned skin, I'll be able to put them across here and kind of merge it all together and kind of re-sculpt over the top of that to blend it all. Thank you very much. They're worth the weight in gold, Odie. Cheap as chips as well. You get, I think you get like 100 of them for a few quid on like Amazon. So hopefully you won't have like 100 fails before you need to buy another one. Make sure you get a funnel as well, by the way, because they're not obviously strong enough to stand up on their own. So you will need to. Oh yeah, yeah, you beat me to it. Just print yourself a funnel. Which will also suffice to do the job nicely. I've seen some nicely designed, like not build plate, what do they call them? The vat holders. So you use a couple of lengths of plastic tubing, and then you put like a holder on the top, which it's like a V shape, and then you plonk your vat in there, and it just holds it in place and lets all the resin drip out the corner. So you haven't even got to hold the vat in place when you're pouring it out. I need to get myself one of them actually, because they are useful. See, it's all prep, isn't it? It's all waiting. I'll tell you what you want to get as well. Get a couple of baking trays. Baking trays, like decent sized ones, because they've got the big ridge around the side of them. If you have any, like when you're doing your clean up and stuff like that, you like put the baking trays down and do it all on the baking tray, and then you can use it like a little project tray. Then, do you know what I mean? Just pull it out when you need to. But if you have any spillages, they're all contained. And I've got all my printers sitting on. Have you seen those, like the IKEA drawer liner that they have for the kitchens? They're like little see-through plastic rolls that have got like little dimples on them. Little rubberized roll kind of things. I use those. And I put them down as like just a surface protector more than anything. Are you talking about just like an old scabby desk? Something you don't mind trashing? Yeah, it's not a bad shot. I actually use a Kallax unit, an IKEA Kallax unit. It's just deep enough for the 3D printers and all the other bits and bobs that I've got to sit on it. Edge does, the Microsoft one. Fair play. Lady, jump in the Discord server. If you've got any questions, pose them up there. We can always have a little look and see what we can figure out. Cheers, Bunker. That means Jacob and Hayley should be home at any time now. Yay, Willow. You okay back there, darling? Yeah. No, I'm still on it. Talking to people. Diablo 4 campfire event. Nice. I haven't picked up Diablo 4 yet. I binged Diablo 3 far too much when it was out. I'm a little bit mindful that I haven't got that time for Diablo 4 at the moment. Bedtime. Alright, Riz, no worries. You take it easy. Get your head down and have a lovely evening. Well, lovely night's sleep at least. I won't be back tomorrow, so I'll be back on Monday with another stream yet. So hopefully I'll see you then. And have a cracking weekend in the meantime. Sweet dreams. Hey Ginger, how you doing? Thank you very much. No one else saved actually. Ah, here's a bit I missed. Whole section I've missed there. Very good, thanks matey. As you can see, I'm just making some very gribbly, disgusting flesh golem creature. It's a commission for Nanolith. Again, if anybody wants to check it out, here's the link again. You can go and have a little look. That's the link to the late pledge for the Kickstarter that I've run. So the Kickstarter's wrapped up, they're just doing a production run for fulfillment now. Everything, as I understand it, is all finished up and wrapped up and stuff like that. Yeah, it's easy, that's understandable. To be fair, it's a self-contained board game, it's not actually it's not like a gaming system or anything like that, so it's like a story. So I think it's only got like a single playthrough really in it. So it's not the kind of game you play repeatedly over and over again. Like you pick it up, you play through it once, and you're kind of done. But I think they are adding an extra kind of thing that adds a little bit of extra replayability for it. What's the Soul Grinder of Slanish? Oh, I think I hear Jacob in the garden.
Alexa,
You gonna go out and see him, Willow? I know, yeah. I've missed loads. Oh, okay, yeah, I know the defiler. Is it a bit like this? Is it with the old mangled flesh bits all over it and stuff? See, I've taken my finger off the pulse with GW stuff. I don't even know what they're up to lately. I know they've done Leviathan, I know that's out, but... And it's, well, as far as I understand, it's just Terminators and NIDS, isn't it? I think is the big kind of hoo-ha with that one. Andrew over on Facebook, thank you for the like, sir. Cheers, mate. Oh yeah. Never seen it though. I recognise the. I know the Defiler, but I've never seen that model before. That particular one. I think you underestimate how much I don't look at stuff online. Looks like they have a great version with a greater demon and Nurgle on the chassis. Give me a second, guys. Right, I'm going to have to get this wrapped up in a second, guys, because I've got to go and start getting the kids some dinner ready. And Haley's got to pop out and get some shopping in. Right, guys, I think I've got it to that stage. I think I'm going to have to probably park it for now. Got a little bit more blending to do. I've got some areas of texture I need to add, and this lot needs blending in and softening in. All like the stretchy, fleshy type bits. I'll add some like pustules and things like that, some tendrils. There'll be loads of little extra little odds and sods getting added. So there'll probably be another stream for this next week, possibly Monday, possibly Tuesday. So I will let Max know when he can get it advertised and shown off and whatever else. And in the meantime, so I'm going to get off and do the couple of days in Wales with the family. Right. Let me check and see if we've got somebody we can rage out to. Who is on? Oh, we got Mike Disney on. Should we drop you in on Mike Disney? I think we'll drop you in on Mike Disney. Right, and guys, I'm going to say a huge thank you to everybody who's joined me today. I've rather enjoyed making this one. Pulled my hair out at various times, metaphorically of course, because I don't have any hair to pull out, but yeah, I'll cheers AD. Anybody wants to catch up and ask any questions or anything like that, jump onto the Discord server. You can come and ask any questions on there, share your work, have a little chinwag, and follow up on anything else we need to get. Cheers Bunker. Oh, cheers Ginger. Yeah, I've just saved it. I'm not going to make that mistake. I've done that before. I've sent a client once a picture of the finished model I'd rendered up. Close the program down, open it up again, and it was about 2 hours earlier. I'd gone all that time without saving it and forgot to actually save it. I think I found a version in the quick saves that was a little bit more recent, but still, drama you don't need when you think you finished something. So yeah, I'll be back Monday streaming again, and we'll be back Monday or Tuesday resuming this particular model. So keep an eye on that, and I will see you soon. So again, let me get the raid button pressed. Let's go visit Mr. Mike. Definitely press that. Ah, now it's going. Ready to go. Cheers, Bunker. So I'll be on Discord and I'll be contactable. I think we're not in deepest, darkest Wales. We're in real. So I'm hoping I've at least got Wi-Fi connection up there, or at least wireless phone signal or whatever. But... well, guys, we're ready to raid. So I'm going to drop you in on mic. And again, thank you all very much, and I'll catch you later, taters. Adios.